afternoon, welcome. Okay, I'll let this quickly finish processing. Plan today is going to be to actually expand the factory, but I have been a little busy between this episode, or last episode and this. Only insofar as I actually set up, or quickly grabbed the materials I needed for a extractor. And then I set that up and collected some this morning, and we collected the rest of it just now. So we have a supply of iron to be working with, which is now done. So yeah, we built that just so that this wasn't doing nothing over the weekend. There's apparently something over there. I'm not getting a range on it, so I don't know what it is. Or someone over there. But before I begin, I want to quickly show you something I have managed to get. Click that button. I have managed to get HOTAS support working. Kind of. It is very janky, but I wanted to go over how I've done it. So, first things first, what you need to do is you need to open up Steam, go to your Steam settings and go to Controller. Then, plug in your HOTAS and it should appear up here. There should be a button, it won't say details, it'll say something else for you, but you want to add it. And it will go through binding the controller, or rather binding the HOTAS, as if it was a controller. So like an Xbox controller. You'll get something that looks like this, but it won't actually show this image. If you make any mistakes, you can come into Details, Begin Test, and then rebind everything here. But effectively you're binding every single control on the HOTAS to something on this. So if I go left on my stick, and then right on my stick, and then down on my stick, and then up on my stick, and I twist my stick, and then you can see it's all bound to something. Now the reason I've done it this way is because this game doesn't have a roll, and it uses mouse control. So I've cloned basically how Elite Dangerous does things. Twist will yaw the ship, whereas up and down will pitch the ship. And because the right controller by default will get bound to mouse control, that's how I can get it to duplicate that. Obviously forward and back is going to just be sending a keyboard for W and S, but that's the next part of this. So you need to go through here, set all of this up. If you make a mistake, come into here and do this. You can also go into here to modify your dead zones, because obviously this is a HOTAS. They have fairly good centering. I actually wanted to make the left stick dead zone a little bit higher, because that is still a digital control. Or it's going to be responded to as a digital control. Once you've done all of that, if you go to your Steam library, let me put this back over here, go to your Steam library, right click the game in your library and go to Properties. You then want to go to Controller in here, change the override, and then change this to enable Steam input. Once you've done that, then it will actually add a button on the actual page for the game in your library that looks like a controller, but that will just open this button here. This opens the controller settings. By default it should be set to keyboard and mouse, so that's what you want it to be set to, but then you want to go into Edit Layout, and you want to be modifying this to how you want it set up. So at the minute I've got my trigger set to hotbar 1, I've got B, which is the button. These are basically the Xbox controllers, or the actual controller input, not your HOTAS input. You have to remember how you bound things. So I've got all of these set up to somewhere on my, I think, left bumper, that is on my throttle, right bumper is one of the hat switches on my HOTAS. These are also on one of the hat sticks, or hat things on my HOTAS. The D-pad is what I've assigned to the hat switch on my throttle. I'm using that for the same thing that it's used for in Elite Dangerous, and that's for strafe controls. The triggers, they're again bound to action buttons. And the joysticks, by default, right joystick, which again is your controller joystick that you're bound to, has a behavior of mouse. I've set the click button for that, or what would be that, to T, which is target, and that's been assigned to the missile button on my HOTAS. And then the left joystick is all digital controls. So we've not bound in left and right, so the yaw controls on my, or what would ordinarily be the yaw controls on my HOTAS, are not bound to anything. The shift key is bound to the same button that I would use for boost in Elite Dangerous. The one other thing you may want to do once you've been setting this up and messing around, you want to go into directional cog here. Is it this one? Or is it further? Yes. Yeah, you may want to tweak with the dead zone here. There was another thing somewhere. Ah, right, it's actually not in this one. So if we go back, I think it's in here. Here it is. I've tweaked the dead zone of this so that this was circular. We set it to be square because obviously the stick on my HOTAS actually has a square inputs box rather than a circular one. And once you've done all of that, then it should allow you to control the game with your HOTAS. So this is me controlling things with the HOTAS. But I do still have my mouse and keyboard around, so we'll be using those when we actually want to do any walking around. Anyway, let me set this back to here. I want to spend some of our iron because we're going to need it anyway, and it's just going to take up inventory space. Let's make 20 lots of each. Because we may want to be selling some materials for money, or we may need to sell some materials for money. Bring this down to 30 metal sheets. I'll make like 20 lots of bolts. Well, craft it 20 times, so 160 bolts. Nuts and bolts. Maybe just push them. And then we can keep an eye. OBS is struggling a little bit. Do I have something in the background that hasn't closed properly? Let's bring that up there. Let's also come over to this. And that. You may end up using this for other things or selling them. We'll see, because we're going to need the money one way or another. There's bits and pieces that we still don't have that we need to go get. Copper being the main thing that we're currently missing. Okay, let's make one more, just so that we have 20 spare ingots. That gives us supplies. Actually not as much money, or not worth as much money as I would like, but that's fine. We have supplies now. Okay. What task to do next? We could use money. Did I never make it to the threshold sector? I thought I made it to the threshold sector. Oh, it's somewhere in particular in the threshold sector. Could I make it over to there? 26. So 53. 53, 69. Okay, yeah, we could make it 2 here, refuel, and then head over to there. We need money at the moment. So completing some of these might be worth it. Because we're not going to be able to fully automate this without 2 things. 1, more resources. And 2, this particular set of research. We need the landing, or drone dispatchers specifically. The landing pad also wouldn't go amiss. We're out of concrete. I think we can make most of the other things in here. We make these. We're not going to be able to make the drones yet because we need this. Let me deposit some materials here. We'll keep all the gems on us because I don't think they actually take up much in the way of space. No, they don't. The aluminium ingots can stay here. The spare iron ingots can stay here. Let's keep 100 nuts and bolts here. Get rid of the concretes. Can we just click them to send the whole lot over? No. That can stay here. And we'll keep all the metal sheets here as well. So we'll sell the nuts and bolts, or collect a little bit more copper and turn them into something slightly more valuable and sell that instead. There's no copper in this system here though, is there? If memory serves. It's only been a day. There's aluminium here, and there's, I believe we found... Yeah, coal and ferrite outcrops over there. Okay. I'll continue making some more iron, so... zoom all the way in. We do need to dock so that we can tweak what our controls are set to in terms of our ship's actions. Is that another player or someone else's base? I'm curious. I think that's someone else who's made a base. Yep. Though they don't appear to have any nodes nearby. Yep. Okay, I was not paying attention as to where we need to go. PF. There you are. Now, which one did I set to hyperdrive? There we go. Actually, I don't mind that one staying as hyperdrive. That's a perfectly reasonable thing to have a hyperdrive button on. Okay. see if we can find any copper and silica in this area. Because it would be good to know if we have the resources nearby. More coal. That looks like dense copper to me. That is dense copper. White feldspar. We found aluminium in that, if memory serves. Aluminium and silicate. Perfect. Coal. We straight up have bauxite, so excuse me, talking the phone. We straight up have bauxite back home, so we don't actually need a source of aluminium. There's something on the dark side, and then there's two other kind of materials that are not in here. Server is due for planned shutdown soon. I just started streaming. How long is it going to be shut down for? Bigger question. Coal clumps. Big coal clumps are still coal clumps. You over this direction. Okay, Cooper Stone. So we have some copper here. That might be an indication that we could find proper copper. There we go, there are brassy outcroppings here. So we have at least some amount of copper. I mean, there's dense copper nodes here, and we already found a cluster of 4, not that we can set up another mine. Look at another planet. Then we will head towards our mission target. That's the dark side of the planet. What a geyser. Use a module to gather fluids. Figured as much, but we have to try. Copper deposits, and that is potentially an aluminium deposit. It is. So here's a location where we could have made the other kind of compound material. Other resources are all in points of interest, which means there's probably not copper there. More of this stuff. We have this all over the system we came from. We can't scan them though. We need better scanners. Okay, that's everything then. Okay, look. Volula. Is that on screen at the minute? No. There you are.
Silicate from here, because those are the two things we're missing to get the basic parts of our base expanded. So we may as well collect some while we're out here, if we can find any. Right, we do not need iron. Let's at least get confirmation on what materials are on this planet. Iron deposits, just iron deposits, just iron deposits. Let me reach this one first. More iron deposits. Deposits. And the other two types of deposits are on points of interest. We got more stuff we've seen before, so it's not what's here. It's potentially outside of the range. Yep, okay, let's try the green area. Look at the exploration experience. All right. More iron. Here, then try the blue one.
if you'd be quicker going into orbit for some of these. I think for these you would be. Oops. When the game's asking you to go to the other side of the planet, we're most of the way there now. I think at this point it won't be. We already have Rolo 3 scanned. More ferrite. There's sandstone over there though. Of the point of interest. So the blue one's a no-go either. Do we have another one anywhere? Not within range that we've scanned. So God knows what else is supposed to be in here. Possible we do not have something that we need to be able to find those resources, or maybe they're on the dark side of the planet. Let's go over there. Some glitchy shadows going on in the cockpit. Second, the bot's back. We just found copper. Okay, if it's going down for scheduled maintenance, they may be implementing a patch, so let's quit out for a second. Steve isn't showing anything yet, so... all servers are down. If that was scheduled, why did they not put it in Discord? In their announcements? Okay, down for 5 minutes, they say. 5 minutes from when they said that, so... do I still have... No, I don't. Let me quickly set something up. Studio mode, sources, capture, GT, call it, capture this window. Where is it? That may just be that my microphone needs to be closer to me because I'm sitting further back from my desk than I usually am. Because I have the HOTAS in front of me. How's that? There's nothing I can do about that. I run a triple monitor system. The game has a spanned UI. Either I leave it set in triple monitor so you can't even read it, or I keep it central and jump between things. I'm afraid I have no way around that. Okay. Just while we wait, let me check my spreadsheet. This is at a good price. Grab that. Okay, apparently there is a patch, but Steam hasn't picked it up, so let's reload Steam. We have an emission. Ah, no, we've made it to there. I didn't actually hear that alert go off. You go back to the exchange. Everything else should be fine on that. There we go. One patch. Let's hide that. Okay. Looks like servers are back up. Once OBS is caught back up again, there we go. Right, where were we? We're looking for copper and we found some. Hang on a second. Fucking Windows update, what the hell did you do? My microphone shouldn't be that quiet at this range. Sound settings. That's the right device properties. 91%. That is lower than I used to have it. Put you back to 93. That's where I think it's supposed to be. Okay, let's try that. Okay, I think I need to increase the dead zone a little on my HOTAS, given that there's no actual analog on the throttle. I didn't even move you. So yeah, we definitely need to increase the dead zone. Okay, let's quickly do that. Back into here, edit layout, joystick, directional pad, dead zone, bring that back up to, say, 5,000 should do. Okay. How much silica did we get? 8. Any more than that. I feel like this is silica as well. It's not. It's carbon and iron. Sandstone, that is silicate. And a whole other bunch of stuff that we don't actually need. Okay, what else is on this planet? There's at least 3 other nodes, 1 in a point of interest. Sandstone. Still have plenty of storage space, and we do still need plenty more. I wonder if that's a Steam input issue or an issue with the HOTAS. That it doesn't get the reverse signal. Let me have another look at the settings we can apply. Overlap region. Overlap region defines how much space in the diagonals apply to both directions. 8-way overlap. 4-way no overlap. Outer ring command radius. Let's just put the dead zone back to where it is by default. See if that helps. Okay, that's probably enough silicate. What we need now is copper. So there's iron on this map as well, which probably means that there's iron outcrops. Quartz. Yeah, right outcrops. Thing we need is a bit more copper. So we'll check this planet before we head on. And then we can take what materials we have. Well, We will head to there, refuel, head over to there to get the quest done. While we're here, we'll also sell some stuff at the library. And then we'll head back and see what we can do back at our factory. Or do we want to wait until we actually have access and the ability to make drones? This would look like a water world. Is it a water world? Or is it just green because there's copper here? Nope, it's just a green world. Sandstone mounds. How many types of resources? 4 types. 1 in these kind of areas. That's 100 meters away, so we'll head towards this one. And 2 more out in the open. Coal. Sandstone, so we're still missing 1. Coal to me. These, that looks like... Okay. No copper here. Unless there's some up here. We got coal clumps, no. Okay, let's head on to the next system. Well, actually, we only have 1 planet left to scan, don't we? That's not the system we're in. We're over here. Okay, we only have 1 planet left to scan. We may as well scan it. Maybe we'll get lucky and it has copper. Hey, there's some copper. This one I think is the nearer batch. There's definitely something up with the way Steam input handles the translation of digital input onto a analog system. Iron deposits. Need to get to a dock so I can rebind which order my abilities are in. Okay, what else is on this planet? We have 2 more kinds of deposits that are somewhere inside points of interest. May as well fully explore for the experience. We do actually need more pyrite. Looks like someone else has been here. Okay, that's useful to know. Either this is just purely good timing on my part, or because I arrived here second, the nodes are respawning as we break them until we've broken one of everyone. That's how they're guaranteeing that players can't just grab all the resources. I am absolutely going back on the throttle. Why does it miss the transition? Okay, we need to find one more resource. It could be at this point of interest, but I suspect not. I suspect we're going to need to find a different one. Let's leave in the point of interest. Is there another one in range? Let's head over to that one. Don't twist camera. Makes it harder for me to figure out which way that is. Because now I don't even know which way the planet is. Auto-rotate. They need to give us control of rotation. I can grab it, but I can't lock onto it. It's somewhere near the North Pole, though. So that way. almost got it. So many improvements that we can make to the ship, but factory comes first. Okay. Don't have any other points of interest to go to, so if it's not here and not here, we're not going to find it. Let's just have a quick look over here. It's unlikely we're probably outside of the range of the point of interest at this point. Yeah, okay, not going to worry about it. We have the materials we need, so let's get to the dock. There it is. And from here to there. At least I hope. Don't go to the wrong place, because we do not have the fuel to make a mistake. Damn it, it's Janice. We were exploring this area yesterday. My god, they've made optimizations. This isn't anywhere near as lucky as it was yesterday. There could easily just not be anywhere near as many people in here, though. First things first, to the laboratory. We have research there that we need to collect. There is no laboratory here. Go to the nearest mining bureau. Explore to by the location of one of the restricted areas. We probably cannot afford to do that.
Do you need any help?
Bye.
Just tell us what you're looking for, and there's a good chance we can find it.
Restricted area.
Restricted areas are found on many planets of the galaxy. Some are dangerous, but scrappers can usually get good money when visiting them. You can find them on your own, or we are selling you the coordinates, if necessary.
Okay, we'll just find them on our own then. It will happen eventually. Okay. Let us convert all the concrete, or all the silicate into concrete. And then we'll do the same for all our copper we picked up. The pyrite we're just going to have to sit with until we can get it to a research station. In fact, no. We can do it for free back at base, and we will head back there. We brought over 100 nuts and bolts, specifically to sell them. Just to give us some money for fuel, more than anything else. Oops, we can't do research here, it's annoying, but it is what it is. Okay, refuel. Take off. Why pay the company to refine things when I can refine things myself if I don't need the materials over here? Okay, so Solo Lambda to Concord. Concord 3. I don't suppose I can modify this from here. We can. Laser goes there. That scanner there, that scanner there. And then 3 can be missiles. Once we've got them. Where's the thing it wants us to go to? Company CPAF. head over to this point of interest and see whether or not it's there. If not, then we will check the map, because I suspect it's got to be marked on the map as to which one it wants to be wants us to go to. That's all the ore and everything found from this planet. Okay, there is a marker for it. It's up near the red. So why is it not on a little radar thing, whatever you want to call that? I reckon they are probably fairly close to where we want to be. Partly just so that we can knock some missions off of our list, because our list is still very long. Oh, we have patch notes. Let's have a quick look at the patch notes before we land. More out of curiosity than anything else. What did they fix? Fix sound stuttering and FPS drops when many ships were present in the same system. Fix several server crashes. Fixed an issue where players could not repair the ship with debt when they were out of credits and the ship had been destroyed. Fix Steam friends' names not being displayed in the quadrant ID. Fix certain symbols and ship names that were causing errors. Fix issues with 0.05 UI scaling. So nothing that was particularly affecting us, other than maybe the what's it called? The audio stuttering. We did notice that. Okay. In the main entrance. This would appear to be the main entrance. She, I think, wants me to go underground, yeah. Pass the cognitive and physical assessment.
Welcome to the testing facility, apprentice. Feeling confident? You'll see this is pretty straightforward. First the cognitive test, then the physical test. Just go through the door on the left and keep going until you wind up in this room again.
Okay. I'm not entirely sure this is necessary. The iron ingots. Use your brain to think. We monitor you with interest. Don't have the access card for that. Apparently that is not the access card for that.
I know what you're thinking. This is crazy, right? I told you it would get physical. Now, you're gonna need to hold the crouch key. Alright, it's good you didn't let that last part stop you, because now you're in for a little more sport. The nice part is you won't have to think anymore.
Free stuff. I'll take it. I say no to free stuff. That begs the question, what was the other way? More free stuff. I won't say no. Okay, so we have fairly instantaneous jump-in controls and the like. Go straight to leave the facility.
Congrats, Junior. You've earned yourself the title of Novitiate. Basically, it means you'll be a better asset to the company if we give you more freedom. Accordingly, the Corpo interface of your personal computer is now unlocked, allowing you to join or fund a Corpo. I'd advise you to select your associates wisely, or fly solo if there's no one you can trust.
I think it is just wobbling back and forth. Okay. Create your own corpo or join an existing corpo. Was there some... I figured there might be something down there. But the only thing it was really giving me is a small amount of resources that's going to be just as easy to grab outside. think it gave me anything else that I've still got. In fact, I don't think it even let me keep... It hasn't, they've gone. The iron and things I've collected have all disappeared. Oh, hang on a second, we've got another one of those bots. In Twitch chat. Did I put you back in the center monitor? Yes. Sorry, there's nothing on the screen at the minute. Oops, that one was the one I already reported. It'd be nice if the automod queue cleared out things that we've already sorted on its own. Okay. So it has given me a mission to create a corpo or join one using the corpo menu. 200. You haven't given me the money to do it. What reward do I get for doing it? Do I get the money back? No, we get some social experience though. What does social experience get us? Knowledge, experience progress. God damn you. That's not a terrible thing to have. Just to put it on your base, particularly if you're planning to allow people to buy and sell things from your base. Are there any other ways of getting social experience? I wonder. Okay. I want the money for other things. What can I do that will make us money? Is there anything here that will make us money, more accurately, that doesn't cost money? That costs 800 but gives us half of it back. Oh bollocks, we could have done that. And we can do that, so we can get a chunk of change that way. There's a lab over here. Our base is over here. Okay, let's go back to Janus, and then we'll go through here to here, so that we can drop by the lab. And then we'll go back to base, we'll process the resources we have, see what we can make, see how much money we have after that, and what we can do with the factory. Okay. Solo Lamba. Janus. Okay, we may not need to dock. 15. 33. Actually, no, go this way. 30, sorry, 15. 35. It's not giving us the fuel count here. 24. Yeah, we can do that with the fuel we have. So, Cephorus 80 SI. then I want to say that one. Yeah. I know there's a device that will allow me to do that a little bit easier, but I haven't made it yet. I've been pursuing ship upgrades in the pursuit of factory building. There's plenty of stuff left for us to grab. So yeah, I want to get this as a priority so that we can automate the factory and have it do things while we're not online. We should, in theory, have access to... I think it's part of this one. I think it's that thing there, Cosmic Navigator. We do need to make these at some point. I wonder why there was loot to collect in that area, given the fact that you don't get to keep it. It seems very strange. Okay, the laboratory first, so we can set something going. And also, hopefully, because we left something going previously, grab that. Not quite enough to level up. Let's do some of the quicker one first. We may as well get through all of the ones that are still only going to take us 2 and a bit minutes to complete before leaving it running on one of the ones that's going to take 30. Let's run that. I swear it doesn't feel like it takes 2 minutes. This was not where I meant to go. I meant to go to the shipyard. If only we hadn't wasted the 500 credits yesterday. By being unable to pick up and disassemble the first base we put down. Cosmic Navigator, microchips, which we can't make yet, but we will be able to make soon. That requires steel stuff. We don't have access to steel yet. Again, that's not too far ahead. Simple resource differential greater. That we can make. I kind of expected the cockpit to be the thing that gave us system support rather than cost in system support. Heat capacity's in there, power storage, max charge speed, theoretical efficiency, so it has an inbuilt battery in it. What's that cost? Okay, we have that research available. It's probably the next thing we need to get anyway. Oh, we can actually make silica gel now. We just make it from ingots. Okay. That's useful to know. I didn't realize that it had also given me the recipe for silica gel. I should have paid a little bit more attention. I want to be able to build one of these back at home base. Maybe at some point I will be able to. Okay. We still need to do quartz and graphite crystals. And then everything else is a 30-minute one. So we're on quartz first. So we need to hang around for another 5 more minutes. Let's have a look through here. Okay. This is Science 2. Getting access to the small reactor would be a nice thing to have. Thermal sheets. Yeah. There's a resource we're missing. We need to find Kyanite. Oh, semiconductor substrate is just silicon. I expected that to be a little bit more complicated. Okay, so that's good to know. That's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Cocoon cockpit. Although it doesn't give me the stats of it. So how does one go about increasing... Oh, those has a durability. Increasing base system. System is a number of secondary systems available in your ship's service module. And your ship to service it modules. Is that a jet or is that thunder? I think that's just a jet. Weather doesn't say thunder today. That tells me the effect, not where it comes from. Yeah, modules, storage modules, specialist tools, lights, cockpit. So cockpit's where a basic amount of heat capacity comes from, but it's how much heat we can store before it becomes a problem. I guess being a higher rank with the company may be the thing. Technology, increase industry, build more, better, and faster. That's where our ship limits are. This will be about done. It might be that the dude in the shipyard will tell me. Or it may be that I get told from the mission that will, Okay. That levels up science. That gets us a chunk of money. Does that complete that quest? Study new resources in the laboratory to increase your science XP. That's a different one. But we do now have 799.78. I suspect the game will tell me how that I build bigger ships if I get the module thing. Maybe that's what it is. You need more hull. We go over to permits, modular structure. Ah, but these parts don't tell me their stats from here. Device capable of producing a strong Hall effect, allowing ion thrusters to accelerate their propellant.
Hey, you're new here, right?
Need something, mate?
How to use the shipyard? I'm missing some components. I know how to use the shipyard. Let's see. I think install patch is what we need. So we need to find a patch.
You can use the trading agent to buy some basic components, but it's like throwing away what little money you have at the richest people in the universe. Highest prices you can find. Better to get that stuff from someone else if you can. Anytime.
Ship load, ship repair. Modules assembly. Customization. Go to ship. So it doesn't show us the individual hull bit. I think in order to be able to select this, we need to have assembly enabled. I wonder if it's literally just how many hull parts you have is determines how strong or how your system is, but I'm sure the game will tell us when we actually bother to do those quests. Okay, let me just confirm. Everything here should now take 30 minutes. Yep. Pyrite is the one we need though. Let's set that going and head out. We can come back later. Refuel. Is there anything I need to buy with money before I leave? No.
Departure initiated. Station out.
Let's see if we can remember the path. I think we go to here. And then from here, we go to here. Then I want to say up here. There we go. How much money do we get back for making the corpo? 200 to make it, and the quest gives us back... Oh, it just gives us social experience. Is there any advantage to having a solo corpo? It's not unusual for there to be a benefit to being in a corpo that you can benefit from even while playing solo. Okay. Right, first things first, let's process what materials we brought with us. So get the concrete going. That mine wasn't running, was it? Yeah, it's full. Okay. Just to give you an idea of how many resources I have and why half of this is off the screen. Not much I can do about that. But while we're waiting... I did hear this ping. New mission. How large are ship parts? 100 apiece. Okay, yeah. Let's do that one. Can't do it at the minute because our shuttle isn't back at base yet. Let's see if these were a good price. Construction tools look like that's a good price. That is. Let's grab the last of those. Still hoping for these to go down a bit. Concrete is slow to make. Thankfully, we don't need that much of it in the short term. Let me grab or convert one lot of quartz. Actually, no, let's convert 10 lots of quartz into silicate. Or silicon ingots. Because we're going to need them anyway. Where did we get all those iron nuggets from? Oh, we just grabbed them out of the machine. I'm an idiot. We literally just grabbed them. Actually, let's help ourselves along. What do I need for... Okay, we already have the bits for this. It won't run anywhere near as fast, but we can set it up anyway. Let me grab the 2 plates there. So, again, UI is either side. Transferring from one end to the other. Constructed by a pylon, which I cannot remove. I didn't realize we could snap these together. So that's the other dense spots. Where's the final one? That final one's over there. Oh, that one doesn't care that the pylon's in the way. Obstructed by pylon. Nah, I'm good. I'll put them over here. Okay. Quickly set this up to process my quartz. Give you 9 of it. Need to make some wires. Process the iron nuggets. Give them all of them. So apparently, I disagree with this idea, but apparently you can deconstruct things, but you need the second tier of construction tool, which is ridiculous because it means that you can't correct any mistakes you make early on. We need some actual copper. think base power is enough to run 3 smelters and 2 extractors. I know, there's something else that's using a little bit of extra power. Is it this thing in general that uses the 3 power? Because I thought this was 3 each. Ah no, these are 4 each. At least that's using 4. That's using 5. So I guess whatever resource it's producing also determines how much power it takes. That might apply to the mines as well. Interesting. Something we'll need to worry about later. Okay. Let's get through the rest of our materials manually. Oh, and actually, before I forget, again, give me the tech points. What? You've been mining for ages. Oh, bollocks. Specifically the smeltery. The miner doesn't do it. Oh well. We'll be hopefully able to level up before the end of the day. Okay. Copper nuggets. Didn't get as much copper as I thought we did. It should last us though. Oh, that's nice. While all of this stuff gets processed directly into our inventory, we can see our command base inventory from here. Which probably means that we can also access, or if we use the constructor, the fabricator, the basic fabricator, it will also pull from the command base, rather than just from us. We may as well convert the titanium nuggets over as well. We have them, we don't have a use for them, but we have them. What I'd be curious about, I'm fairly sure it won't. I reckon we would need to grab the output from, oops. We would have to grab the output from those and stuff it into here for us to be able to use them in crafting. We'll find out one way or another, but for now, let me just... Is there not a deposit all button? I don't have a need to keep any of this on me. Really? Let's see if we can figure out a way to just transfer the entire thing over. Control click, shift click, double click, both click, middle click, mouse wheel. Now the fastest way to transfer things appears to just be go click 0, click 0, click 0. Go from the bottom up so that it's not moving things. Okay, it needs to be 0, enter, 0, enter. Although, actually, some of that we do want to keep on us. Let me get back that. In fact, there we go, 10. All the quartz. Because we'll want it for research later. Okay. So I only have one silicon ingot. Let's see if this will be done in 40 seconds. I highly doubt it can, but it's something we should check. And in reality, what we want to be doing so that we can maximize our tech experience is processing all of our materials through these. This is not the layout that I thought the nodes were in. I feel like the nodes have moved. I definitely remember placing this between these two and that one over there, but I thought... Where is it? One, two, three. Lost sight of the fourth one again. Oh wait, no, it was... I have lost the fourth one. There's the fourth one. Oh, I'm an idiot. That one there is covering both these areas. It's not that there's two nodes. So the entire node is all of this. So yeah, no, that makes sense. Although that potentially presents a problem because I don't think I'm going to be able to get... I was going to go 3 out this way. But that's where the fourth node is. So we're not going to be able to go 3 out this way. We'll have to go 3 that way. Because the rate that these things mine... Sorry, wrong screen. So yeah, I'm not going to be able to go another one out this way. So I'll have to go 3 this way to make 6. Because math says, unless I mathed wrong, which would not be wrong, this gets 1 nugget every 30 seconds. At least I believe it's 1 nugget every 30 seconds. Just confirm. Yeah, 1 nugget every 30 seconds, so it gets 4, which is what we need to smelt every 2 minutes. This takes 3 minutes, 4 nuggets, to make 1 ingot. So 2 of those, or so we need basically 3 of these for every 2 of those. So we need 6 total to be able to fully process all of the incoming iron at maximum speed to turn it into ingots. Which is why we need 6 of them. The problem is going to be, or the problem with that is going to be power. Okay. Let's have a look-sees. Because we could come down to here and get solar plants. Structural beams. That comes under automation, which is steel. We can do that. We can go get some carbon from the... Forget if there's carbon on this map. There's definitely carbon on the other map. There's bauxite on this map, isn't there? So we can go manually mine some carbon to be able to get some... to start making steel. Again, it would be nice to know how much power this thing can generate. Solar cells require substrates. Gonna need some more aluminium. Oh, it makes 5 lots. That is a multiple of how many it makes, right? Rather than Yeah, it's got to be, rather than a multiple of how long it takes. Oh, hang on. There we go. So we can get that information, it's just we have to hover over this specifically to find it. Duly noted. So this makes... which we can't do because this requires the build tool. Anyway, this is 300, this is 450. We're going to get some money for getting this research anyway, so we'll get some money back. So let's grab this first because we're going to need it for multiple things. Yes. Okay. We still have 300, so we can actually get solar cells. And now it wants us to craft a drone. Before that, we will get experience for building these. Assembler, drone dispatch, metal sheets, stainless plates. We know we can get copper in the system nearby. Drone is an other. Needs a microchip and a motor. The motor is the expensive part, or the annoying part more accurately. Microchip just takes substrates. So 1 silicon. Okay, that confirms that. It can't pull from the smelters, which we kind of expected. Shift click the arrow. Okay, thank you. Useful. Okay. Use this one. Then we'll make the microchips, since it apparently doesn't need anything other than the substrate. Which is weird. I kind of expected it to require some amount of copper. What else can we use the substrates for? There's definitely some other things I know need them. Anything near term? We got more. Okay, so solar cells need them. Medium solar panels. Okay. We have plenty more we can make later, not a problem. Let's make all 8 of these, they'll get used. We have the copper for that, we do need more of it. Do we need the aluminium itself? We still have... Ah, no, we don't have any spare, so we'll grab one at the minute. So, we've got bauxite nearby, so we're not too worried about aluminium. Copper is the thing that's going to be the biggest ball ache. We can also now make a landing pad, but we're going to need more aluminium and a lot more concrete. We did find over here. Yeah, we've got grassy outcrops over there. Right, yeah, concrete is the thing that we don't have an easy supply of. There's lots of resources that are on the dark side of these planets, but we don't have the power storage at the minute to be able to go have a look for them. Plus, I'm kind of expecting them to be unique. Or materials that we can't currently mine. We didn't explore all the planets over here. So there's potentially 2 other locations that we might be able to get silicate from. And now let's see if we can make the drone it wants us to make. So, silicon gel. Gonna need one of those silicon ingots. I want to be able to pick that up. We will be able to eventually. Okay. Much quicker to do that way. Okay. The coils take wires. We need 5 of them. We don't have... Do we have one at least? No. Okay. That'll get us our motor. Still got 7 copper. And 53 concrete. 1 drone. Okay. Create a drone route between your extractor and smelter. We will do this from here. Add route. Okay, that's a simple enough way to do that. And there goes the drone, although we didn't... We only have 1 drone. Although I did see a message saying that the drones were not accurate. Did it only make 1 drone from that recipe, or is it 2 drones on that recipe? Also, the fact we don't have a drone controller yet to do anything with. No, it only makes the 1. Deploy a warehouse. This building can monitor multiple drone routes and merge them into a full-fledged production grid. Oh, right, so this gives us a little bit more control over it. But we don't actually need... we don't need it. It's not a requirement. We have the concrete. We do not have the resources for the stainless plate. That's a lot of metal sheets. It's a good job. We've started making lots of iron, although we should still have plenty of ingots. How many we got left? 24. Not quite enough, but with the ingots that are already in there, we can make the ingots for that. I assume that drone came out of my inventory? Yeah. Okay, I see how that's working. So basically, each drone, or any time you set up a logistics route, it requires a drone. So when is this number going to go down? Do I remove it? Do I get the drone back? I assume I must do. Once this one is done, if we create another drone and link it to here as well, so this iron, then that will fully support or fully get rid of all of the resources that are coming from there. And fully automate that. And then it's just a matter of scaling up. Okay, so we need to go get some more aluminium, which we can get from this planet. We need to get some carbon, which we can get from the other planet in this system. And then we need to find a local source of concrete. Or materials we can use for concrete. Is there anything I want to try and make with the resources we have? We can't modify our ship here. We'd need the shipyard for that. Oh, is that done? Has that been 30 minutes? Why does this show how tick? This is done. It does not feel like... Can I? We can just claim it from here. Okay. That should all... No, we need to find... There's 2 other resources. That's what it means. Improve your science level. Okay. We don't need to keep that on our bar then, because that's going to take a while to get to... It wants us to get to level 4. Which one is this? Oh, there it is. Prove it. Yeah, okay. So, we don't need that one tracked. Similar to this one. Once they're done, they're done. They're just stuff they're going to get done in the background. How unreadable is the text on this for you? I'm sorry, this is just how the interface is on my system. Either I have to remember to keep swapping between them, or I just go show you everything so I can go show you where I'm going. The pitfalls of streaming in triple monitor. When a game isn't fully designed for it. At least the menu doesn't break. There are worse ways that a game can handle this kind of aspect ratio. The worst one is that the UI automatically scales with the width of the display rather than the height of the display. The result would be everything would be designed for this aspect ratio, but then when it tries to render at this aspect ratio, it would triple the size of everything. That basically renders the game unplayable in most cases. We recently played through, what's it called? Slime Ranchers 2. And the HUD on that, the actual heads-up display overlay bit, was triple the size. Thankfully, all of the interfaces were scaled correctly. So it was playable, but the bar at the bottom that had all of your slimes and your hotbar, that was much bigger than it should have been. The other way that they can handle things badly is that they just span everything to fit the screen. There are some instances where you'd want that, but in the case of something like this, the information is obviously all over the place. It makes it a little bit hard to read, and it makes it very hard to stream. They can sort that by limiting or providing an option, and a decent number of games do this, providing an option to constrain the UI to the center 16 by 9 of the screen. And it does want to be an option, because if you're on an ultra wide monitor, which is 21 by 9 rather than 16 by 9, or this, which is 38 by 9, then the community of people who have an ultra wide monitor is kind of split as to whether or not they prefer the UI spanned to fill the entire screen like it basically is on here. We go out like this is, and having it constrained to the center portion. But the second you go larger than that, super ultra wide, which is 32 by 9, then it's pretty much universal that the HUD at the very least should be centered, because it can often become useless. Thankfully on this HUD, the important information is on the center. We're not in the ship at the minute, but all of the statistics for the ship appear down at the bottom in the middle. And the only things that are on the periphery are stuff we actually don't need to know about half the time. So from a HUD perspective, this is actually manageable. From the actual UI itself, though, this is a little cumbersome. Okay, we were double checking these. Technology. So we do need to reach technology 1. We now have access to the thermal sheets, although we do need to find some things from that. So we have all of that. Crystallizer. Vortex Seeker Thruster. This building uses chemical solutions to generate crystals at an exceptionally high speed compared to their natural formation process. Is that just an infinite resource generator, effectively? I imagine it's going to be a case of massive power requirement. And we probably got to feed it something, I'd imagine. Water, or maybe. I want to know how we make this. It's all very well being able to build a building here to store it, and we're going to need to do that. I would like to actually set up this base as a refueling center for other people, which requires us to have... I don't think it's this technology. I think we need the one after it. There's a trade port or something. This platform allows the ship to dock to the base, connect to its distribution system, transfer fuel and other fluids. I think that might be what the social thing is for. That's kind of what I was assuming was in social. Experience program. Micro furnace command tower. Allows the base to be expanded over a 2-level land area, doubling its maximum footprint. That's just a better personal furnace. Yeah, I was kind of assuming that if not this one specifically, then something later in the social tree is what's going to allow us to allow other people to come to this location and buy and sell stuff. But yeah, this is specifically for well, this one is specifically for trading with Corp, your own Corp members. Okay. Right, let's go get ourselves some more aluminium. Let's make sure we don't have anything on our ship that we don't need. We could also go and get that research done. Actually, before we do leave, I think the improved sensors didn't look like they were going to be that expensive, did they? That's a problem. We don't have the shipyard here. We could make all of the components here, but we would have to make the we could even make a fresh one and then go to the shipyard elsewhere to replace it. Thermal sheets we can't do. This we can do now. Yeah, we can even make all of the parts here, go elsewhere, and then go back to where the laboratory is, because there's a shipyard there. Finish the component there, because we need to take off the one that we already have equipped. Or we make another one of them. And then sell the original one later. We do need to make the money. We do need to make some more money. So let's see if we can. The thing we need an upgrade to more is the scanalyzer. We've definitely found resources that we cannot currently scan. So let's do that first. Made ourselves plenty of spare nuts and bolts. We need some more of this. So we can make one of those. We're gonna need more wire. Make that. Okay, we have the spare pyrites, so we'll make those. Okay, we need more aluminium. That's fine. Let's make that bit. I don't think we have the copper anymore, so we are going to need to go out, get our bauxite, get our copper. And a small module kit. Now let me just open... Oh, I thought I disabled Steam Overlay. Or your ability to see my Steam Overlay. Thankfully I don't keep anything important on it. I mostly disable it just for performance reasons. Let me add the notes window. Where is the notes window? What are you doing over there? You're supposed to be over here. Okay. Create a code block because it's smaller text. And we want to make a scanalyzer beta. And the other thing is a spectral resource detector. And then in make mostly transparent. Okay, that's for my reference. Can we make another magnetic coil? We can. There's a second one of those. Cosmic Navigator. This module uses complex algorithms and applies spectral coordinates to help the distracted contactor plot a route across the stars. Unlocks path planning. But now we're not going far enough that we can't figure that out ourselves easily enough. Okay. Let's temporarily store these in here. Okay, that needs steel. Steel, more concrete. That might be enough technology experience between the two of these to level up now. We've got another 4 runs on it, so we'll leave it going. Okay. 2 people have arrived in the system. Grab this. 24 across all of them. There we go. Level 1. That gives us another chunk of money. There is no... Yep. No quest after that. But this does let us see... Okay, so that's where we get the ability to have one more base. If we level up one more time. That has a bunch of solid storage already in it. Material desynthesis feature, which can reverse a finished construction process and retrieve some of the components involved. Okay. Right. Aluminium. Nope, we don't need the iron on these. Hematite here as well. That looks like they would be underneath the planet. We never actually made our way over to here. That's in the night side. Let's not use our booster. Let's see how long or how close we can get before we potentially start running out of power. You dare rotate me, game. So yeah, we definitely need bigger batteries. We might be able to get down there and scan something. We're certainly not going to be able to get down there and mine anything. Bauxite, bauxite. Okay, something that requires a missile launcher. Okay. I forget whether or not there was generators. I keep seeing reference to a carbon generator. But I've not seen a carbon generator anywhere in the tech trees. It appears as a tier 2 module if I grab carbon. Spec, carbon generator. So it's clearly a thing. But I've seen no reference to buildings or modules in either here or here. The pump is the nearest thing that looks like it. So yeah, don't know. Okay. Goddamn auto-rotate. Let me fly my own ship. Hopefully when they implement controller controls, they'll free up their ship flight movement. I imagine a lot of the constraints on ship flights are explicit, or like the inability to roll is explicitly because they expect you to, or the only way you can control your ship at the minute is with your keyboard and mouse. I am very much hacking in my use of the HOTAS, which is why things were a bit weird. But I'm the kind of person that when Rocket League came out, I thought, ooh, can I play this with a wheel and pedals? And the answer is yes, yes you can if you go through the motions. And it was quite fun to play with wheels or my steering wheel and pedal. Was it optimal? Almost certainly not. Was it fun? Yeah, yes it was. And was the process of getting it to work fun? Yes, that was fun as well. Come on, bauxite. Nope. We'll get about, or we'll fill up on this planet from bauxite nodes to about 500 by 200. And then Let me just check the settings again. I need to figure out why, because this is almost certainly a Steam input translation issue. Why, when I'm moving the throttle back after I press something else, it forgets that I was pressing a key. Regular press. Release press, double press, long press. Start press. Settings. Hold repeat turbo. I think we need to change how it's handling this. Now, regular press has to be it, because if I leave it forward... The problem that I'm having is that... let me bring this up again. Again, game is not designed to do this. This isn't a fault of the game. This is me trying to get it to do something it's not supposed to. So the left stick here is bound to my throttle. It's currently set to a directional pad, so it's trying to send a digital input based upon whether or not it's pushed in a particular direction or not. The issue I'm having is that it's missing when I pull back to decelerate, unless I put it back to the point where it starts, or it would try to trigger a reverse signal. And then it won't handle the reverse signal until I put it back into a neutral position and pull it back again. And I would like to know why. The directional commands are sent to the game in pulses to simulate an analog stick. Crossgate. Crossgate pad layout prioritizes horizontal and vertical movements over diagonals. Let's try this. Because feathering the input is how I would control the speed anyway. So this might actually work better. Analog ammunition activity, active percent, 15. Analog ammunition pulse time. That works for the entire thing. Okay. Let's bring the dead zone back down a little bit then. Okay. Let's not be looking at something that we can do damage to ourselves with. Now if I push it forward a little. Okay. Okay, but now I've pulled it back, it's still locked on max. Ah, right, yeah, because that's right. That is actually a game setting issue. Default movement. Can I stop the game from doing that? I can't, damn it. So yeah, no, I forgot. The game locks itself to full speed if you've accelerated up to maximum until you press the opposite direction. That's why when I pull the throttle back, it's still trying to go forward. That's a behavior I think I would need to be able to disable to get this to work right. Because I don't think I can fix it in here. I would literally just have to remember to always pull the throttle back to before the center. If we bring the dead zone down a bit more, then that could help. Active percent. I don't know what that does. So that's too much, whatever that's doing. And in fact, now it's just confused itself. It's sending commands we're not pressing. There's going to be a point where we can tune this to where it's going to work. We need it to basically accelerate over time. How long it's holding the press down for. I think we just need potentially a longer pulse timer. That's kind of working. How about reverse? Yeah, it pulsing the reverse is causing issues, though. And I don't think I can set this on an individual level. Okay, let's just leave it on 4-way overlap and try to remember that we need to pull the throttle all the way back to tell it to stop. That will do. Okay. Oh, we can get some silica from these as well. The aluminium is the only thing we actually care about, though. So again, it should be noted that all of these are problems these are problems I'm causing myself by getting the game to do something it's not designed to do. Not yet, at least. They do want to implement controller support, they just haven't put it in yet. That's 200. So let's go get carbon from the other planet in the system. They're 300 apiece. Modular systems 2. That's 2,000. How close are we to the next Explorer rank? F. A way off. We could use a better ship, or better modules on our ship more specifically. Oh, that was not what we're looking for. Is that our iron and copper steel, coal node that we found previously and built a base next to and then disassembled? Where are we on the planet? Maybe. I feel like we were, the pair we found that we initially put our base at was further away. I was kind of wondering why we was out here. Whether our old base would still be here. That's Spellite chunks. Looks like coal clumps to me. This one feels more like the location where we found. We dropped our first base down. Another coal and iron deposit. $15. Yes, this'll do nicely. Carbon isn't particularly big, though. We can get a whole load in our inventory. Save us coming back later. I see a bunch more over to our right-hand side over there as well. Okay. I thought the overheated structural damage only happened when you reached the bars that it was indicating, not the second you get the warning. You get it, or there's a chance to take damage. So we definitely need to get those radiators. Okay, so we will finish grabbing the rest of this, head back, drop all this material off. I don't want to manually process it. I don't need to manually process all of it. I'll throw... Throw a bunch in, or a bunch to make steel. There it is. I'll throw a bunch to make steel in the second smeltery. I mean, I could place down more smelteries. We can always turn them off. The smelteries themselves are actually not that expensive. And if we manually feed them, then we can just shove stuff in them and then bugger off. And we can turn off individual modules or individual things. So we can power them down when we need the power for other things. Although, it doesn't take that long to manually smelt stuff. And there is this thing, which we don't have access to yet. I've lost track of it. Oh, we do have access to it. Ah, it needs calcite. I don't think we ever found calcite. I'm still using the HOTAS. Okay. now, let's just use everything in here. Spare hematite can go in there as well. Aluminium. Nuggets. Iron ore. Just throw everything in there. Have we found calcite? No, we haven't. If we had, it would be over here. Have we found something that could give us calcite? We just didn't get lucky with it. There's calcite. That is, I think, the same color. That's definitely calcite. So bauxite rock will give us it. We obviously never mind any sulfur for some reason. Sure what that is. Siderite also gives us calcite. That's just going to give us carbon. Okay, so siderite can get us calcite. The thing we want to go get now is copper, though. But before that, command tower. Measuring can refined to the process of turning ore into ingots with this micro furnace. Smaller and faster than a regular smeltery, it's the perfect accessory for your days of heavy manual crafting. So that basically seems like one of them, just that we can feed manually from here. Okay, stainless plates. We do not have any copper to make any more stainless plates, so we can't actually. Yeah, we can't actually get that thing going. Let's grab the aluminium ore. Grab the silicate out of there. Change your recipe to aluminium ore. Add all that we have. It's a 3-minute recipe, so keep going for a while. We do need copper, but we could also do with going back. Let's explore the other map to see if we can't get copper. The system nearby. That one. Right, that one has copper on it. Somewhere on the dark side. This one has a bunch of things on it that we didn't find. They should have all been around there, but we didn't see anything. Or could we? Oh no, we couldn't scan it. It's got those more crystalline thingies on it. That was the problem. So, ideally a source of silicate. Is what we need. One type of deposit. No, we do need brass, so, or copper. So we may as well collect it. And all the other things are on points of interest. Is there a nearer point of interest? More dense copper. Still technically drop back down into orbit. Are we on the dark side now? We'll find out shortly. Closer or further away? Closer. It's a shame that the image for the orbit, or the image while in orbit, that's texture, the texture while in orbit doesn't match the texture when you're on the or near the ground, so that you can get a better idea of where these things are. Suspecting there's going to be more of this crystalline stuff that we can't get. So we've got some coal. Right, Feldspar. Okay, so we found it all. Okay, for the sake of the encyclopedia, graphite crystals. In fact, that's something that we can research. Have we researched them yet? We've researched one lot of them. So we would need another 10 of them. It's 5. Coal clumps. Do they count as... No, they're going to be too far away. It's going to be copper. What's the other thing? Oh, yeah. Coal clumps, graphite, and then white feldspar mound. Let me add to my list before I forget again. Where'd we get it from? Here it is. Small radiators. Clumps. Okay, we're not going to find the last bit of graphite over here. Okay. Let's check the last planet in the system. See what else is on that. Maybe these things are visible from orbit. It's just that the rest of the things around them don't look quite right. It should be half in light, half in dark. I scan these. I didn't actually attempt to scan the other one of these I found. We can. Clay shell. Still need to miss out to open it, but... that ain't happening. Okay. So that was a mountainous area. Why was there nothing in it? Did we just not look far enough? Or in the right direction? Yeah, these look like they're outside the point of interest. Another clay shell. That one, at least, is on the light side. This might be it. Bauxite rock. Clay shell. we've gone straight over the top of it then. What do you want fully red? There you are. Only 5 for scanning those. That doesn't really seem worth it. That's... yeah, you're nearish by. Let's have a look at you. There's still 3 materials we've not found. One of them at a point of interest. None of them apparently on the dark side of the planet though. Clumps. So what are we still missing? Still missing some sort of resource that's unique to point of interest. So our best bet at this point is the red point of interest over there. You can definitely see the 2 that are near the polar cap. Maybe it's that? It's that. Okay, so you can see these things if you have some idea of what you're looking for. They just may not be immediately obvious. There it is. So there's graphite. It's here as well. Since we're after the 10 crystals, we may as well grab the 10 crystals. So number 3. Still need to identify the there we go, that's 10. Still need to identify what resource nodes there are. So we do not have, in this system or our system, a reliable source of concrete, effectively. Dense iron deposits. Not unless some of the other materials we can't currently get access to in these systems has what we're looking for. Oh, we can't try to write rank 5 now. We are making progress. Okay. I mean, I've got to imagine clay shells must have it. But we don't have access to missiles. We could get access to missiles. Didn't mean to click that. Why did I give up searching this one? There's 3 other things on it. They're all on the light side. No, we've already answered that. We found them, we just can't scan them. It would be useful if it could do that. If it could show us that we've actually found the item, but we've not scanned it. So it could give us a symbol, but still keep question marks next to it. And there's something on the dark side there. Okay, we are going to need to refuel. So let's head back to here. It'll give us the opportunity to refuel and do some more research. And then I can take, well, it won't be done by the time we finish, but I can take my break then. Get a fresh cup of tea. Where are you? Don't do that. Stupid auto roll system. That's not the one we're looking for. That's not the one we're looking for. It should be this way. There it is. So something weird that's happening here. I think I don't know what control it is, but I'm not moving the or scrolling the mouse wheel, and it's actually changing the amount that does this. I don't know if it's my throttle or my stick. I don't know which is doing that, but it's annoying as well. Again, these are not game problems. These are self-inflicted problems. I suspect it's... I'm almost certain it's all issued with Steam input. Isn't designed to work like this. There's a lot of people on that planet over there. We still need more copper, but we know where we can get copper. While we're here, we'll see if we can't find ourselves some more, after we come back from break, we'll see if we can't find ourselves some more silicon. Or something that has silicon. So we can get more concrete. Silica, not silicone. Sorry. Wrong thing. And laboratory. Okay, silicate. Wrong and a different again. Okay, let's put the graphite crystals in. And yeah, I'll take a quick break. I'll get myself a fresh cup of tea and do anything else. I'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes, so I will see you in a bit.
A vet has been found in Sector 2.468. Please remove it for complete destruction.
Okay, we're back. Right. Let's see if we can find ourselves before we refuel. Some silicates we probably should have repaired. I wonder if we get to the shipyard, if we can repair our ship then. That's a bit too far down the tech tree. Okay, everyone is very interested in that planet. Let's try and see why. In fact, we've been on that planet. What's on that planet? That's this one. This is the frozen planet that we've not been able to scan half the things on. It's the planet behind that I think they're all on. Yeah. See, we need some more silicates so we can get some more concrete. Some more copper would also not go amiss before we head back. So that's the shipyard. Allows you to dock, modify, have its structure modified and its modules replaced. It's a shipyard and a station. Doesn't say anything about repairing it though. But that's 3,000 credits. Let's go down at a point of interest. This one is clearly something. If there were nodes here that might be mined, they've gone. Although, I'm not seeing any remnants. I hear some remnants. Okay. I wonder if that counts as finding them. No. So there's coal and carbon. Sorry, coal and graphite. We need some of you because there's a chance you will get us calcite. At least this planet's not particularly hot. Ah, yes, you. Can't do anything with you. Oh, copper we need. Okay, there's two more types of things we haven't found. One of which is... No, 2 more types we found, or 4 more things to find, 2 of which are in a, probably in a crater. There we go, calcite. I imagine that's researchable though. Let's check. Calcite is researchable and gets us lime. So let's see if we can get a second one. I don't like that we're filling our inventory up with iron, the one thing we have absolutely no need for. There we go. We now have 5 calcite. That'll do for now. Let's start making our way over to the blue one. Since there's 2 more types of resources we've not found outside. What that is. That looks like copper. That is all copper. Trying to remember how big limestone is. Yeah, we should save the space for some limestone. We do have some copper back at base anyway. They're right. There's no combat in it currently. There's also a factory building aspect to it, base building, factory building aspect to it. They plan to add PvE combat. But for now, it's just exploring, finding materials, building a base, putting down some mines, using that to process into more materials to build a bigger ship to build other factories, sell resources, to expand, to exploit, etc. It's the one resource that we still haven't found yet on this planet. The button I've decided to put the boost on is not the best button in the world. More designed for single presses than pressing and holding. Yeah. Missing 1 thing from outside of a point of interest and then 2 things from inside of a point of interest. And I don't think there's any nodes on this particular planet. So I suspect we're getting coal, clumps, and graphite. Yeah. I think I've seen any graphite. Which is a little annoying. Okay, point of interest is much bigger, so maybe we'll find some more over here. There's ferrite stone, so that's the other... Yeah, that's the other thing that's outside of a point of interest. So I think the only thing we're missing is graphite in here. go look for another area game. Please. I know what's on this area. I just want you to have one here. There's not. Gonna have to find a different point of interest. I think the only other one is the red one, where somebody had already mined out the graphite. Okay, let's see if we can go back to the red and see if the node has respawned. Because I don't think there's another point of interest on this planet that we've seen. Nope, only the two of them. That's the one we just came from, so it's this one up here again. I want my 20 exploration experience. I didn't go scan everything on the planet so that it couldn't give me it. There we go. Resource nodes have respawned. And there's our graphite. So I was right. Should have hung around until the resource had respawned. Either way, no silicate. At least not as far as I'm aware. Okay, that one next. I've not seen a message saying the research is done. And it doesn't actually give us a how long it's been going for in here. Well, we definitely did start that, so that's fine. The game will tell us. We just need to pay attention to it. Can we see a point of interest on this planet? That looks potential. Maybe, maybe not. Taking advantage of. Definitely looks different, but there's no detail on it, so I'm not sure. No. Points of interest are miles away. Okay. There on the dark side of the planet. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 types of ore on this side of the planet though. You're new. Can we scan you? We can. Hollow outcrop. Ooh, that looks like a material that could potentially become fuel. And that could be silica. I don't think that's quite the right color. It does have silica on it. A poorly understood material whose electromagnetic property can shape plasma fields, discovered during the United Planets era, sparked development of FTL shields. It is the stuff we can turn into fuel. Is this a material I have to research? Possibly. It's not listed in here. It's not in there either. Maybe we need to get it to a refinery. That's coal. Not the stuff we're looking for. Sandrite coal. More coal. More hollow outcrops. I mean, they give us silicate. We do need silicates. It's just we need a lot more than we're going to get from these. So what I need to find is a hollow outcrop somewhere either in the system that we've put our base or one nearby, and then we need to figure out where we get the recipe to turn it into fuel, or how we can turn it into fuel. But maybe this is not the stuff we turn into fuel anyway, and that's just wishful thinking. It's a rare resource we've not found before. We'll collect a bunch. And it gets a silicate. Okay. What are the remaining? We have one more one more thing we haven't found from this area. And then everything else is on the dark side of the planet, which we are currently unable to explore. I think. Yeah, Valley Outcrops is the last. Okay, so no good source for silicates here. There's not a... Yeah, there's no nodes on that planet either. It's everything on this planet here that we can get to and explore. Let's head back to the station. Behind these planets. There it is. What was that? Seeing that? Skip frames due to render lag, which is almost none. Is that a player issue? Let's refresh. I wasn't seeing an OBS or Twin issues. Not seeing any render lag, I'm not seeing any drop frames or anything. YouTube, what are you playing at? Yeah, Twitch is still fine, it's just YouTube that seems to be having a problem. So can anyone confirm, are you having issues with the video? Either buffering or random flashes of colour?
Welcome, pilot.
Okay, let's nip by the lab. I don't know if it should be done yet. It's a 30-minute timer. It is done. Okay, let's run calcite because that's only going to take a minute and a half. While that runs, nip down to the shipyard just to have a look at the refinery. Yeah. Okay, I'm not seeing any kind of extra recipes over here. Nor anything listed in our inventory that we can use here. And the same goes with the workshop. Commonly found with the same cluster as emerite, these impure outcrops combined small elamite fragments with chunks of sandstone. So yeah, there's got to be a recipe or an unlock somewhere we don't have yet. Okay, what did that unlock? I wasn't actually paying attention. Right, lime. Mineral compounds mainly used in cement and concrete. Oh, does that mean that we can use calcite as a substitute for silicate? Where's concrete? Silicate, concrete, lime. Concrete made from silicate. Huh. I'll have to make some and see what happens. Okay, let's throw the aquamarine in here. Start heading back towards our base. Try again to find some more silica elsewhere. Okay, let's actually repair before we forget. I mean, this looks like it would be a good planet to find sandstone. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 resources outside of a point of interest, 3 within the point of interest, 2 in the, or 1 in the dark side outside a point of interest, and then 2 node types here. Brass. Sandstone. Stop giving me quartz. I don't need quartz. I mean, we can use it to make silicate, but we don't need silicate for anything at the moment. Sorry, silicone. I keep getting those confused. Silicate and silicone. I don't want this random rubbish I keep getting all of this. I can eject it, but it's money. Why would I throw away money? Okay. Where's the nearest point of interest? Right here. Another one of those. That's 1. And coal makes 2. Oh no, the shells are general. The coal clump is here. There's 2 more types of things found in these areas. And then 1 more found outside. There's sandstone. More hollow outcrop. One more thing to find. Are we actually near the night side of the planet? It's implying that we've found within radar range 3 patches that are in the dark side. Okay, our inventory is basically full. Is that right? There's one more in the dark side, and then 2 nodes, and then a bunch more over there. We don't do the inventory space anymore. Sandstone deposit. Good to know they exist. Okay, got some grey quartz. More grey quartz. More shells. More shells. We already checked the red area. It's not listed as being on the dark side, but it's not listed as being in either of these 2 points of interest, so I'm guessing it must be a point of interest on the dark side. Unless I can see another point of interest somewhere over here, where maybe our sensors never reached. Or maybe it was in the red area and we just didn't see it. We'll double back that way. It's not indicating that the thing we're missing is in the dark side, so... So it must be something we missed in the red area. Okay. I think it should be that one. It's hard to tell given the fact that the game auto-rotates you. It's really hard to keep track of what position you actually were in. That's somebody else's abandoned base. Must be. There's some nodes here. Sandstone and coal. Okay. The coal. Ah, that may be in it. Yep. Okay. Other than the thing in the dark side of the planet, we found everything. We need a bigger battery to explore the dark side, so let's head home. We have a full cargo hold. Delphine. There you are. Someone is visiting my base by the looks of it. Or they're nearby it. Oh, it's them. I've seen them around before. And they must have landed, so maybe they set up their own base. I'm curious. Because otherwise it would give us a distance to them. I think there is another base over here, so... Lucky Iron of... Yeah, they've done the same thing as me. They found a quad iron quad iron location, and they've set their base there. Okay. Let's take our aluminium out of here. Can I get you to make... We can feed you silicate. Oh, I know, you don't make that, you make concrete. ...6 minutes. We are better off just doing that ourselves. Should have a bunch of copper on us. Let's get it to run some copper for now. And grab the iron out of here. It's 40 of it. Let's start making stuff. So we have 2 of this, actually. What are we missing? Concrete. Yes, that's what I was hoping this would do. Oh, and this one can actually be rotated very specifically. I was hoping we could plant this here. Let's plant them here. Okay. So this still takes power. But it's a damn sight faster, and we can leave it be. Can we connect you directly? I don't think we can. We're probably going to need a pole. Can't currently disconnect that one. That's not going to have line of sight. Where's your connector? It's there. Okay. Copper. Coil. That's probably a mistake, actually. Good, that's running. While that runs, it is going to be useful to have more than one of those in the long run, but for now we'll keep the one and we'll just do the rest manually. Because these don't take too long to go. The iron nuggets we in theory could throw in the other smelter, but that smelter's probably running at full capacity anyway. Okay, apparently we have more concrete on us than I thought. Is that just because... Oh, this has a fairly low capacity for holding stuff. And concrete's fairly big. So we do need to keep emptying it out. Okay, we have access to steel. Steel is made from the ingot form, not the... Yes, okay. So, yeah, this third or the smelter behind us is probably going to be best used for chunks that we're not currently processing. Sorry, nuggets that we're not currently processing elsewhere, because they're smaller and we'll be able to cram more into it. Although actually the problem with that is the output buffer rather than the input buffer. It can only run 3 times because then there's too much store, or the storage is full of concrete. And it runs half as fast as this, I want to say. This feels like 10 seconds. Okay. Okay, that is everything we can smelt other than the calcite. 5 seconds. Yeah, 10 seconds, so it takes twice as long. But we can load it and forget about it. So yeah, useful for things that take a little bit longer to make. So now we have lime. What can we do with lime? Can we do anything with lime? Not seeing anything in here. Mineral component commonly used in cement and concrete, obtained by carbonated lime, is mostly composed of calcium oxides. It's a building material. Center for high-end FTL engines. Okay. Still processing the rest of our copper, so we may need to go around and get some more. Let's throw all of this into storage. We do need to keep 10 carbon or quartz on us, because that's the one thing we haven't researched yet. Oh, bot. Didn't mean to do that. We've about filled our storage, though. That's fine. It was the smelter to make steel, right? Yes. 25 seconds apiece. That's a lot. It's 3 for each. That's a lot. Okay, we can actually get the make some use out of this. Because 1 steel is only 3 SU or 1 SU, so this uses a 3 SU each loop. It's still going to take twice as long for each loop, but it can run probably for about 6 minutes before it needs to be emptied. Can I load you from... No, I have to have them on me. Yeah, we can't load from a different inventory. We have to load from our inventory. So let's grab the carbon. Let's grab the iron. And put 20 and 20. 5 runs. 15 mega amps. We're running close to, or with that going, we're running close to her. I have enough power. Oh no. There we go. Additional 20. U was turned off. Let's take the copper out of here and process it manually. If I set you to steel, do you also use 12? We're at 42. It was using 4 previously. This will bring us up to 8 or 80 total. So, yeah, it's pretty much put us at our limit. There's a rounding error somewhere. Process the copper ourselves. And then we will craft our ship upgrades. Assuming that we have enough copper. Copper is the thing that we haven't collected enough of. How much do we get for building the warehouse? Assuming that is the last part of that mission chain. $300. Okay. We have the concrete. It looks like we actually have to have the resources on us. The steel's being made, so let's grab everything out of here that we should need in terms of actual building materials. Where's the concrete? Can I change... I wonder if I can do this in reverse. Can I say that I would like 20 in here and it'll figure it out? It will. That's actually nice. That's a nice feature. Okay. So I need another stainless plate. And then another... Okay, whether it's at 50 or 40. Do to 40 and then count again. Okay, it needs to be 50. Okay, that's that. And then we need structural beams, which are steel ingots. And that's 1 beam, 2 ingots, so we need 8 ingots completed. You've done all 15 already. What? I'm looking at how much concrete we have, and I'm fairly sure we're going to run out of that real quick again. I'll have to have a look at how much the assemblers cost. One more. Actually, that's something else I'd be curious about that I didn't check. I assumed that the smelters had to be as far apart as I put them in terms of basically you need root, or you couldn't overlap their footprint much more than I already had done, other than just the edges. I don't think I explicitly tried, certainly with this, I couldn't place it any closer. No, it's trying to snap in place. So I can't shift this in a bit. Because there's no reason these couldn't be a fair bit closer to each other. Anyway, that's not what we're looking. We need to make one of these. There would be a good place for it, but in absence of being able to put it there, here is another reasonable place for it. Or is it? I can't get rid of the pylon. This is expensive. I don't want to have to deconstruct it. That node is there. I actually might put it here. Reason being, there's going to be 6 of these. And we can put something there. Okay, yeah. It can go here. Where do I want the, Actually, I think this way round, because it looks like there's only one port. It doesn't matter because this the drones are faked. But if we put it this way round, then actually no, that way round, then the drones go in the right-hand side, and then leave and go left when they're taken to anything else. So that will do. This can store 2,000 things. And can have drone routes as well. Connect your smelter outputs to the warehouse using a drone. We need to make another drone. That needs another motor, another metal sheet. Oh wait, motor first. Okay. Connect your smelter outputs to your warehouse. This is probably not what I would actually do, but we can claim the smelter the thing back. So add route from here to that.
Congratulations, you now have a fully automated production in your space base. Well, you will still have to carry the produced resources by yourself for now. This is only the beginning.
Okay. Deploy a landing pad. Not too expensive. Oh, it says deploy and land on a landing pad. We are probably going to put the landing pad here. I think it will go, but we'll need to move the ship out of the way first. He's going to use another massive chunk of concrete. Over on stainless plates. Yeah, we can do that. How much aluminium do we have left? 14. So this will leave us with 8. Another small injection of cash. We need to get the concrete from storage. If we move over 1, then we can come over to here and grab the remaining 40. That's a lot bigger than I was expecting it to be. Yeah, there's no way to do this without covering a deposit. I've not seen walkways anywhere. Because I would like to connect it with a walkway. If I'm going to put it over there, which is where it would make sense to put it. Assembler warehouse, drone landing pad, drone dispatch. That doesn't look like it comes with its own platform. Although, neither do these. So maybe the solar panel plant does come with its own platform? In which case, maybe we can put that between us and, or here in the station? The landing pad? Shipyard's going to be gigantic. That can go past the landing pad if it will fit over there. Yeah, it would be nice just to have a blank block, a blank square. We do need to land on it. Oh, hang on a second. Autodock. Only space here for one. And that isn't voiced. Interplanetary logistics. It is now time for you to work on the next important steps of your space base. Interplanetary logistics will allow you to connect your base to stations and future other bases. But before we get there, you will have to master some new things. Okay. Interplanetary logistics, we need carbon unlock plumbing permit. Get tech points from your base. Develop your base. Gain experience by deploying new buildings. Deploy and assemble a solar power plant. We do need a solar power plant if we want to expand the base any further. Okay, I think we can get 2 nodes here, and they will just chain together. So hopefully we can put solar panels there, and they're not going to obstruct passage from here to here too much. We can put a second landing pad here, rotate it 90 degrees at a future date. Assembler. Okay, let's unlock. Before we do that, actually. Let's collect our tech points. Let's use the resources we have to make some of the upgrades that we were looking to make. So this and this. So we have this. We need... Well, that class in batteries are 5. There's our scanner upgrade. It does have a higher system requirement though, as does this. Patch slots. That requires a crystalline focus. So we need one of those. Another batch of these. Okay, small radiator. Thermal sheets. We can't make this yet because we're missing the material for it. But we can at least knock off those first 2 parts. From our list of things to make. Okay, it's been waiting for a while. Let's grab both of these. Okay. Craft and install a second thruster on your ship is the next task for Double Trouble. I still don't know how we're supposed to increase the system support. Do we have... The brick cockpit is the one that's pre-installed, isn't it? Yes. So... Flame is 20. Weight, heat capacity. Material heat conductivity. I assume that's the ability of the cockpit to vent heat. Could be wrong, I'm guessing. Pathfinder cockpit. Aegis individual cockpit is streamlined to reduce the probability of critical damage during FTL jumps. It also comes with a small but highly efficient power battery. It's 1,000 megawatts, or mega amps. That should be joules. Or it needs to be mega amp hours. It doesn't self-discharge though. Damon's individual cockpit is a feat of insulation engineering that makes it less vulnerable to outside temperatures, but also slows down laser cooling. It also comes with a small radiator to help the ship evacuate excess heat or generate some when it's cold. That seems like it counteracts each other. It says it makes it less vulnerable to outside temperature, but also slows down laser cooling. But it also comes with a radiator to help the ship evacuate heat. I didn't know the lasers themselves had a specific heat. Could heat them themselves. I just thought they heated up the ship. Heat dissipation. That just seems more useful than this. You can add more batteries at this point. It's easy enough, we can make more flywheels then. Not exactly the most efficient batteries, but we can do it. Speaking of which, I thought we could actually make crude batteries. I thought that was a recipe I'd seen somewhere. Battery modules, chemical batteries. We actually already have banked metal cores. The thing we're missing for that is this. Device capable of producing battery fuels. Central component for most shield modules. I'm assuming they protect me from the void. Did I not see crude batteries as a crafting recipe somewhere? I guess I didn't. I am imagining things. Void Seeker Thruster. Other than thermal sheets, this is technically within our capability. It would require us to get ships of steel first. Each generation. We'll not worry about it. Yeah, that's 3,000. We ain't doing that anytime soon. That's 2,000. It's 1,000. We do need to get that. That's probably going to be the next thing we get. This small piece of computer improves the control thrusters, or the controller thrusters. Tap shift to toggle the boost. So, ship parts. Although, it's a weird colour for ship parts. I thought ship parts came under a different colour. Laser mining control. Small piece. Tap unassigned to toggle the mining skill. Plumbing is 2,500. So yeah, it's a way out. Okay. Adding more flywheels is an option. It's 20 thermal sheets. It wants us to make and add another one of these. We do not have the copper to do that. But we can make progress towards that. Small module kit. Can't make those yet. Do we still have 200? We do. I'm going to distract myself with something else. Hang on a second. That's what it was warning me about. Okay, 3 social rank. I see. Okay, so this is a required feature by the looks of it. Corpo permit tabs. You can buy Corpo permits with Corpo credits. They increase upkeep. Permanent management rights. The right to activate or deactivate Corpo permits is set here. Fundraising. Station storage management rights, station storage usage. Increases the maximum number of shared bases the Corpo can have. Increases the maximum number of shared ships the Corps can have. Corporate bases have a larger footprint, which enables them to contain more buildings. Corporate command center. So there are uses for this. We can get ourselves a free extra base and a free extra ship if we make progress in it.
Hello, traveling worker. I am contacting you on behalf of the Republic's Corporation Desk to confirm that you are now legally bound to a Corpo. This affiliation does not affect your ongoing arrangement with the company. You are invited to visit our branch office in Helicom and pick up your first Corpo request. We have a variety of available requests submitted to the Corpo Administration Desk by prestigious clients. In anticipation of your visit, farewell.
Okay. It wants me, or the next quest is to go over there and do something about that. And it will get me extra money. Question though. Knowledge? Experience progress? What does this give us? Increased corporation reputation. So, nothing usable from a building standpoint, but we can now build a trade box. Now that I think we can actually trade with other players with it. Okay. That's the distraction done. Do we have money left for the coatings permit? Yes. Let's just get rid of this quest. Change your ship color. Okay, let's get ourselves a second thruster since that's what it wants us to do. But it will also let us, or give us a reason to head back to a base. Or the thingy. And yeah, we need more copper, which we cannot get in this system. Can we make a Hall attenuator? Need some more semiconductor substrates. That's easy enough. And another magnetic coil. Another batch of magnetic coils. I'm going to need to check the VoD back to see whether or not that's an issue with my my laptop or with YouTube entirely. Because I've not seen that before. The random flashes of multicolor. It looks like it's an even encoder or decoder issue. I'm not seeing like drop frames, miss frames, skip frames, or anything on those lines, so it doesn't look like it's the encoder struggling. Okay, we do not have enough to make the wires. And we only have enough to make 2 of these, so we need more aluminium and more copper. Okay, can also reload this. Get more steel going. That may have been the last of my iron. That was the last of my iron. You're being kept empty, you're being kept empty, you're also being kept full. I don't think I have any other ore I can throw into you to process at the time being, so I will yank. Got 15 iron in here. We'll let that keep stockpiling. Let's keep all raw metals in here. And then processed goods and things can go over here. And ore can go in here for the time being as well. These away. Okay, yeah, let me grab the spare nuggets from here. Walk through this rock. Take the nuggets out of there. Turn you back to iron nuggets and throw all my nuggets into there. We now have an empty cargo hold that we can go and collect a bunch of bauxite and copper with. When's the next mining laser upgrade? It's here. 2,000 points. It's a while away. Unless there's something else that's going to give us another one. Nope, not really. How close are we to... We need another, slightly off screen, 126. need the ferrite rock, we just need the bauxite. Ah yeah, this also gives us a whole bunch of iron as well, annoyingly enough. Really is not the best planet for bauxite. Stop giving me iron. Bauxite is an aluminium ore. Give me all the aluminium. Oh, we did ping something. Stop giving me iron, game. It's bauxite. An aluminium ore. Mineral. Should not have that high an iron count. Oh yeah, they also give me calcite. Not that we have a use for it other than making additional manual smelters. I'm not happy with the amount of iron these things give out. What can I do about a module that's about to break? Do I have to rebuild it? Science, planetary exploration, mining, ship control. Doesn't say in the encyclopedia. Hey, Scott. Can it be repaired? It's not like it gets repaired, might need to be in a shipyard. We may need to go to a shipyard rather than repair at a docking station. Docking station may only be able to repair the hull. Okay, let's go get some copper. Which I believe we can get plenty over here, right? Yeah, okay. Fill up the rest of our hull with copper. It needs to be guaranteed to get copper to those nodes, and then we'll come back. See if we have enough materials to buy an upgraded engine, and then go upgrade our ship. Copper, right? I think so. Or yes, brassy mounds. Not ideal copper, but any copper will do at this point. Nothing nearby. $370, $375. 75. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5 plenty of carbon. Patches over here. This one's slightly nearer. And that'll finish filling the cargo hold. Okay. Let's see if we've got enough. How am I going to get that to work? I'm still enjoying it. Still engaging me. There's some glaring holes that I can't currently fill in terms of information. Things that I would like there to be, but there aren't. I'm not a massive fan of building games obfuscating, building or games that have tech trees obfuscating future parts of the tech tree, particularly when you may want to be able to plan ahead. How close do I need to be to tell you to dock? Okay, we can't ask you to dock from directly ahead of it. I kind of wish the building system would be changed so that you built the platforms and then you built these things on them. They required a full platform if they're going to require them to be this far apart. But at the minute, basically every large structure has a platform underneath it, but you can't necessarily guarantee that all structures that you can build will do. For example, which one was it? This one here, the drone dispatch, does not have a platform underneath it. This one has an extremely large platform underneath, but it's not rendered here. This one has a platform, this one has a platform. That doesn't. This one probably will. I'm hoping that one will, but I don't know. We'll find out. Okay, let's reconfigure you to copper ore, throw all of that in there. I'll come over to here. Let's process the aluminium. That's something I wanted to, or need to check. Can I access or see Okay, we can't. So the warehouse isn't listed as part of this system here. So we will need, if we're going to use the warehouse to store ingots, we will need to go grab the ingots. We need to close out. From there, when we never want to craft with them. That's not really a question I can answer, because I'm treating this much like I do any other like survival crafter or factory builder game. You set a goal and you work towards the goal. The individual things to do while working towards that goal are just a means to an end. Okay. We do have enough spare silicate to make one more concrete, so we may as well. I think it's the quartz we need to take back to the other station with us, isn't it? Or research. Currently not really. There's probably more to the base building that you've seen, because you can set up multi-base logistics. That's one of the next tasks the games have set me to do, but we're way off being able to actually do it. But this is currently early access, and they are planning on adding combat into the game, albeit PvE. Okay, let's grab... Oh, we should make the one extra concrete. Let's grab everything out of here. They are a very long way away. Right, concrete first, because we may as well get all of this processing done. Okay, we were trying to make an engine, and then we ran out of materials. What do we still need? 5 lots of this. And hopefully we have the wires remaining out, or enough copper remaining afterwards to make the wires. Good, we will. Five more. Gets us a second thruster. I have not. It is probably a game I could play and I could enjoy, but I'm not really in the mood for that kind of game currently. Although I haven't decided what my next major playthrough is going to be. We also haven't decided whether or not we're going to keep playing this on stream or what. That will more be a discussion for tomorrow. Because typically I only stream 3 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday and Saturday. But for the last month and a bit, we've been streaming 3 days from, or one extra day on Friday today, because there was a bunch of games coming out and I wanted to give them all a try. But most of them were early access, so I wasn't expecting to stick with them for any length of time. Alright. Because I don't tend to play early access games much beyond their initial release, and then I'll come back to them later. Aquamarine, quartz. We played Star Miner last week? Week before last? No, week before last. We gave Astro Colony a go last week. I'll have to look at my channel page, which I will do in a minute. There's a couple more. There was a demo for Voidland Bound that came out. We played that. But that was mostly because this game got moved. Because that week was supposed to be this. Grab all the ingots. Grab anything spare. All the spare materials. Just in case we need them for... I don't know how expanding the ship works. And we'll leave all the raw stuff here. What else? I feel like there's one other game we played recently. Elite Dangerous doesn't count. Oh yeah, I was messing around with Schedule 1, but that wasn't part of it. Subnautica, that was the other one. Yeah, it was supposed to be Subnautica this game, then Star Miner was going to be the plan, but they moved the early access release of this game, so it ended up being Subnautica, and then a bunch of random stuff, then Star Miner, and then Astro Colony came out, which has been on my wish list for a while. I gave that a go, but I bounced off it, so I swapped over to playing Elite that weekend, and then obviously this weekend we've now played this. But that brings us to the end of everything that was on our wish list that was all being released in roughly the same period of time. Nothing else on my list has a specific release date that's going to be new. There's another couple of games that have come out that I'm interested in. I just don't know whether I'm going to play them on stream. But that's a me problem. I've got to figure that out before next Thursday. We still have Outward Station to finish. And once we finish that, we need something to replace it for a long-term game. Don't know if that's going to be a different factory game or a mod for a factory game or what, but we shall see. Hopefully, I didn't forget to grab something while I was waffling. There you are. Hopefully this upgraded scanner will let me scan the things. Where's this? Actually, no, we're not to the station yet. We need to go one more jump. We're over to there. Hopefully this improved scanner will let me scan some of those extra ores that we've not been able to identify. Or extra rocks. Maybe they'll have what we need for the thermal stuff. Thermal plates. Kyanite, is it? Something like. Kaolinite. Alloy of aluminium. Which then gets turned into sheets, and that's the thing that, or the next material we specifically need that we don't have. It's required for the radiator, it's required for the cocoon cockpit. And presumably some other things in the future. Yeah.
Attention! Due to budget restrictions, heating will only be available today from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m.
Okay. Jam the quartz in here. Trying to use the build tool. I wanted to check something. Okay. I'm just wondering the difference between selling here and buying here. That's one hell of a markup. The engine is worth 300 though. So we can definitely sell our old parts here for a reasonable amount, or we could take them back and upgrade them and come back here and sell them at an even higher price. Let's load our ship. Edit the ship. Okay, we now have access to assembly. Okay. Edit your ship's color to change it. Actually, yeah, we should go to this first. Color groups. Colorless. Custom color. Aha! If only it had a hex code. A little bit more blue, a little bit more up. Something like that. There, I think that's about right. So I have a colour that I've associated with myself for a long time. It is 7777FF, which is a shade of indigo. That looks about right. The secondary colours. That might be a bit too on the purple side. What colour is this changing? Okay, so that's right. So I don't know what the secondary groups are, group colors are, but they've got two primary group colors here. It kind of is highlighting what it changes, but the secondaries don't appear to be doing anything. Except that one. That one might do something. Okay, there we go. That one does do something. So I don't know what these ones are for. Okay, there we go. There's little nubbins on that. Kind of happy with that one. So that's what that one does. Engines? It's either engine or engine trail. It's engine. Secondary color on the engines. And that's secondary color on the metal. Why can't I edit my custom color? I have to find it again. That'll do. Okay, that completes coating. Decals for fun. Decorate your ship with decals. Unlock brand and management permits. I don't think I have the money to do that. Oh, it's 50. Fine. We're only going to get 10 back from it. Edit the ship. I assume you cannot, given the fact that... Is there a way, if anybody's listening and knows, to repair modules? Let's take it off and put it away for now. Oh, I think we can actually color things individually. Ah, no, we can color things by group. If we wanted to. There's always some decals on here, isn't there? Okay. Edit your ship and add a decal, which we've now done. There we go, that's got that quest out of the way at least.
Need something, mate?
Use the shipyard. I can sell my broken mining laser. Do I just sell it before it breaks? Is that what the game expects me to do? We could use it until it breaks and then see, but I assume it's just not going to be functional and then we can't make any money off of it anymore. Okay. Assembly. So, things we have access to. Round hatch, deco points. Intake vent. Is a decoration. Spare thruster. We can change the shape of these things in here. But it's none of these increase system support. Interesting way to do the system. Not a terrible way to do the system, just an interesting way to do the system. Now, what if I take this? But it's sideways. A grid snap system would be nice. I don't think I'm allowed to. There's a red box around it. I think it's telling me no. It would have been nice if this could take, or maybe there's, maybe I can make this take the color of everything else. Is there no way to use this as a full block? That's a full block. That works. Could do it be, well, could do with being a bit more pointy. We'll go with that. You know, it does want to be that one. Can't rotate it. Okay, no, we can rotate it. We just need to attach it to the top surface. It's unfortunately trying to snap when I want to move it closer. If I flip it that way round. Why are we not allowed to mirror that? That one will let me mirror it. Now this one will... Okay, if it's not letting me mirror it because it would be invalid, don't. Let me mirror it and then tell me it's invalid. Don't prevent me from experimenting. While trying to understand your system. Do I want that further forward? Let's bring these to be a bit more central. And then we'll have these a bit further back. Do it that way around. There we go. There were many others like this, but this one is now mine. If we now take the laser and drop that back on, then that's going to put us way over limit. We're now 200 points over our system limit. Which, given everything the game tells us to craft, I would expect to be at this point. So it's a little weird the game hasn't already told us how we increase our system limit. Okay, go to customization. It would be nice if there was apply to all. Oh, hang on a second. There is an exclamation point, but it's so far out of the way we can't see it. Well, we didn't notice it. Control click, add and remove a piece to a group. Shift click, duplicate hovered group, piece or group. Duplicate, lock current group, break current group, cancel last action, restore last action, reset camera, focus and selected piece, change piece variant. Okay, nothing useful. I click that and then click that. That, then that. No, it didn't get applied. I think I have to change the color. In fact, this isn't even changing that. Maybe I need to confirm. Okay, unlock Ship of Steel permit. improve your ship above 800 points, but that's just going to make it terrible. Unless it... The only thing I can think of is that the actual... We can test this. The only thing I can think of is that these are actually add-in system, not removing it. And the game just doesn't make any distinction. So it didn't change the color of this. We go to customization now. It's still not changing the color of that. Add and remove piece to a group. Control click. How do I select the whole group? So that's just manually selecting each individual one. Clearly everything is already in a group. How do I add this to the group? We have two engines, but this other engine is not considered as part of the same group. I have to change its color individually. Is it because it's not the same color already as the rest of the ship? In fact, it has its own group. It's here. This one here is illustrating that. So how do I get this? Do I just have to go this and then would it add it? That's silly. If I'm modifying the entire ship, you change the color of the entire ship. So that's what's going on here. It's grouping everything together by the color that they had originally. So the reason these two are in a separate group is because they was added after we had the base ship, so they just had their default colors in them. That hasn't... Is that a decal? Or is the engine upside down? I think this engine is upside down compared to the other one. Why did you turn pink? There we go. That's better. Okay, so I want to check if I remove... This doesn't have anything. It has a battery in it, but we can move the battery elsewhere. Let's move the batteries into the wings. Now, if I take this piece here and pull it off, does my system go up or down? Okay, so it's the actual physical parts that determine your... or the assembly bits that determine your system support. That also took off this bit at the back here. Or did we not have a piece there? Yeah, but no, we didn't have a piece there. We need another piece to go there. So, in order to be able to increase our system, we need to add more steel pieces. Hull parts. We need to add more hull parts. So they they could do with making this clearer. This needs to have either a plus next to it, or these need to have a negative next to it, or one needs to be green and the other needs to be red. So that it's easy to interpret this is add-in system requirements, and this is the move-in system requirements. How they've labeled them differently, that's how they're trying to distinguish the two. This is system support, whereas that's system requirement. But that's something that's easily overlooked. Because the only thing people are going to care about is system and number. So it would be clearer just to have like system and then plus minus. Or red, blue, red green. Okay, yank that off. Yank this off. Put on the upgraded version to further degrade our ship's performance. Interesting. Why are you not snap into the same place the previous bit did? Oh no, maybe that is right. So we now have a system of 2,000 out of 1,000, or 2,200 out of 1,600. That's going to reduce performance, but how much by, I wonder? How much is the steel permit? 3,000. The cockpit is something we can make. We'll check in a second if that has system support. Let's sell our old gear. An extra 100. Okay, the cockpit does add system support. But one assumes we can only have one cockpit. And the others are basically just variants. They all give 200, so replacing the cockpit doesn't help. Let's see how bad the ship performs first. There doesn't happen to be... There is one of these here.
Is there any way I can help you?
Any requests available? Business about with Joseph Magic and Helia. Why do I have to learn about it in a specific location? Okay. Refuel.
Undocking authorized. Safe travels, pilot.
Okay. Now it's consuming battery faster, and it's recharging a lot slower. Oh, that's because we're moving. If we stop, then it's going to recharge faster. So we definitely need more solar power plants to be able to properly use two engines. I mean, it feels like it's moving fine. Okay. We'll drop onto this planet because there's some materials down here we've not scanned yet, and I'd like to know whether or not can do now. It's U that I need to press. That's now on 2, which is this one. That's still on 2, which is correct. It should have been on 2. So I can't do anything about the ship rotated. While I try and back up out of here, let's move that to there because that's where it wants to be. I think the ship actually cooled down a lot faster than it did do previously. It froze faster than it did do previously. Trying to scan them is going to be a bad time unless we get that other cockpit. Fair enough. Was there any other nodes in this system that we couldn't scan? They're on the dark side. There's nothing we can do about that at the minute. The main thing we need is money, and I suspect we're going to have to go do those missions for it. Go back in the Terminus sector. Oh no, it's over here. I thought this was the Terminus sector. No, that's Threshold. That's Terminus. Okay. Okay. I only memorized the first jump. Huh. Yeah, I think our ship's going to be way more prone to overheating now. Until we can get 3,000 credits together to be able to improve it. Hopefully that's going to be your... If we set up our factory a little bit more so it's processing to, or doing more than just making the ore. If we're processing it into something. Then we may have a decent chunk of money when we come back. What did I want to check? I opened this up because... Oh, the quartz was ready. That was what I was going to check, but we may as well grab that while it's in here. Ah, asteroids. Seriously? So, there's not random asteroids around, random asteroids are spawning and just being flung at us. And doing damage to us. And because we're in first person view, yeah. We can't developers, seriously. There's nothing we can do about that in first person. We can't see them. I do believe the asteroid tech had shields in it. Yeah. But we can't make this yet because we have no idea how to do that. Okay, understood. Can't do an asteroid field until we actually have shields. The repairs are going to cost me like 100 credits. Sergio SBO, Crimea Beta, or go to the dock. Do we ever scan the planets in this system? We did. We're missing something on that one, and we're missing something on that one. I should check. Can't do it. I want to check whether or not the words. I want to check how much the solar panel requires. 120 versus batteries. 100. Okay, who are we here to see?
Is there any way I can help you?
Any available requests?
Oh, of course. Here is a list of available contracts to choose from.
Okay, that gives us corpo rewards.
Your corpo is now committed to delivering the materials listed in this contract. Remember that you can monitor your ongoing corpo contracts with your corpo interface.
I don't think we have the copper to do this.
Congratulations to the winner of the latest lottery. Unfortunately, due to evidence disease, you must now
Trade Nexus? Something I've seen before.
Welcome to the Station Trade Nexus. Here, individuals and corpus can buy goods sold by other corpus.
Okay, so we have to ship our materials here to sell them. Does not have any open storage in the station. One of the corporate managers needs open storage. So, in order to use this, I assume I would explicitly need to have available sell orders. So yeah, you can't use this system without having progressed your corpo. And one assumes that means you can't use it if you're not in a corpo. And we would need to buy the storage. Okay. So we can't just sell directly on our station or our base to other players. It doesn't seem. Right, do I have anywhere near enough stuff to do this? We only have enough copper for 16 wires, and I think we need 60. Oh no, we only need 30. The nuts and bolts we can make easily enough. Let's go grab some copper. We'll get that done. Hand that mission in. In fact, no, that can wait. I want to get something else sorted first, because we're already at end of stream time. Repair. Oops. Refill. I'm going to head back to my station. Let me just check. We will grab some copper though while we're here. Structural beams. Goddamn concrete. So many motors as well. I kind of want to get automated structural beams automated. At least partially automated. We can feed it with a whole bunch of carbon that we have. We can mine that manually, just leave it in the system. And then just let it produce structural beams that we can then go and sell. Because corpo contracts are going to give us corpo credits, which we can't use for anything in here. So the only way to make the money for all of this stuff is to just sell stuff at effectively a terrible loss back at the main station. Or any main station. That laser's going to break and we'll find out what happens when it does later. Okay. That has... Chocolate is... I want to say that is copper. It is, okay. We'll see how badly this ship overheats. I wonder if it's better to make the ship out of lots of smaller parts, or bigger bits. So 4x3x2 gives 240. 6x3x2 gives 360. Okay, so yeah, it's basically the area. We never actually mined that, so we should mine this. Okay, the laser isn't overheating us too badly. Not at the minute, at least. That is going up quicker, though. That requires a missile launcher that we do not have. Arclight isn't on... Okay, it is on the thingy zones. There's still a question mark on red. We should have gone up into orbit. Can't even engage battery or engage boost. Second engine is probably not worth it at the minute. And there's somebody over there who's probably gathering the materials that we're looking to scan. Nuts. What was the last thing we was missing from here then? That stuff. Yeah, the ship is now very much more prone to overheating. I think we are better off stripping the extra engine off, at the very least. Copper pyrite, and I think that's just silica. Silicate, yes. Devs, I would make a suggestion that if I've already found the type of ore, once I've scanned the rock, just tell me what's in it. Don't make me roll the dice until I finally get that piece. Oh, a new thing we can research. Why they were on bed? Ah, the laser's broken. Well, we got some coal out, copper out of that. Let's head back over to here. We'll remove some bits and pieces to make our ship more effective again. Might need to remove one of the internal cargo holds as well, so that we can keep the upgrade to the scanner. Well, scanners rather, plural. Have we got to 27 degrees in here when it's 17 degrees outside and there's a pretty strong breeze going through the house? It's fine, venting that heat will be easy once we're done streaming. The main reason the window's mostly closed is just because there's a building site outside, and due to the amount of wind, it was likely to make things go flying everywhere. But I can deal with that. Okay. Shipyard. Load ship. Edit ship. Okay. Pull the broken laser off. Also, assembly. Pull the spare engine off. Still a little over. Yank cargo holdout. There we go, that puts us back in limit. Can we sell the damaged laser? We can, it's worth less, but we can sell it. 22. I don't really want to have to pay them, but we don't have the ability to fit a laser back there and would have to pay for fuel one way or the other. Hopefully we brought enough materials with us. We need to process the copper here. I just remembered we found a new type of rock. There is not a... We don't have any wires with us. We're going to need all three. Did you make 2? Sorry, I got distracted because my YouTube thing is still pained about it. So it may just be a problem with my laptop. Okay, at the minute. I'll take that as a no. I will just have to look back at the VoD to see whether or not this has been a problem with YouTube throughout the stream. I mean, I could blame the Windows update if it is, because it was fine yesterday. We do not have enough quartz anymore. What happens if we take a drill that has some durability loss to upgrade it? I can't remember if we did that with the last one. We need 1 more set of wire, but then we're going to need to find 3 quartz. I don't actually need to zoom into the planet. It says over there. Sandstone mounds. No, that's not quartz. Can white feldspar mounds have quartz? Ah, no, they're a type of aluminium. In fact, they're probably a better source of aluminium than the bauxite rocks, since the bauxite rocks gives so much extra iron as well, when all we actually want is these. We should do more exploring around the area we have. Okay, we can get some valuable gems by blowing those up. So missiles are going to be worth it at least. And is that what I think it is? That looks mightily close to... that. It could be. So maybe missiles is the next thing we get before we get the next ship upgrade. Nothing in this system that gives quartz. I don't think... Nope. 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 Okay, there's some grey quartz there. I don't have any reason to be hanging around this area. Guess we're going long today. Bunch of things we want to do, not enough time to do any of them. We didn't equip the sudden mining I don't think that's the right direction. I mean, it works, but it's taking us further away, so it's going to use more fuel. There it is. Distance is right. Name is wrong. It's not where we're going. It's behind the planet. Oh, 1 second. I need to ban a spammer, although it looks like someone's already... Yeah, they've already dealt with it. Okay. There it is. And of course the dock's all the way over there. Another 60 on that. We may get the next science level. Which will give us access to the next, or this next tier thruster, but we absolutely don't have the system requirement to do anything with it. Did we accept as complete? Okay, we didn't. Damn it. That's a type of copper. Okay, let's actually equip mine in laser. And then we're going to need to go get the quartz. Shipyard after this. Okay. Wait, did we not sell our mining? We apparently didn't sell our old mining laser. And that's putting us over capacity again. Not a lot we can do about that. We didn't confirm it, that's why. It gives us a little bit more cargo space to grab some quartz. We'll refill the plasma when we come back. Because we'll have to come back to remove the mining laser. Okay. Right. Which planet has it? Okay, and it's going to be in a... one of the locations. Probably tell me from the actual... someone's... they're down there, but I think they must be on a base, so I don't think they're gathering quartz. Grey quartz. Okay, 4 should be enough, but let's get one more piece if there's one nearby. I'm not sure I'm a fan of the lock full speed, he says after he's crashed into the ground again because of it. Much rather be a toggle button rather than just a default thing that the game does. Where are you? There you are. It's behind us. I think this is probably a manageable amount of over system capacity. Okay, we need to take the laser off. Now we get to find out whether or not the durability carries over, or if we're not even allowed to repair the damage while we're here. I don't think that went inside. Hold, where did you drop that? What did you do with it? Seriously, game, where did you drop that? Can I undo it still? All parts must be maintained. One part is unconnected. Shipped. Well, the spectral resource detector also has a durability, but the simple mining laser doesn't. Interesting. Where are you? I'm supposed to be able to double click you to be able to get to you. Why can't I double click you to get to you? Oh, that's where it is. Stupid thing. In storage you go. Okay. Refoci. Hatch slots. I wonder if that's upgrades then. I wonder if this thing can have upgrades, which would be weird, given that by the time we probably can use upgrades. I don't know, maybe upgrades are got from the restricted areas, that maybe it's loot. Okay. We are at 1,690 out of 1,620. That'll have to do. Until we can find 3,000. Okay, I think what I'm going to do... Huh? Did it take off? A second cargo rack? I'm only seeing two. It did in fact take off a second one at some point for some reason. Okay, so we're actually at 1,790. It's still a fair bit lower than it was with the other engine on. Okay, what I was saying, or going to say was, what I'm going to do is, we'll end the stream here, but I'm going to keep playing this between now and tomorrow to see how much further I can get, collecting resources and all that jazz. And then I'll figure out what we can do. Probably work on trying to get missiles, work on trying to get the ability to upgrade our ships, maybe get a second base. But I'm going to need resources to do all of that, so I will between now and tomorrow collect a bunch more resources. I'll expand my base a little bit more so that it's actually there it is. So that we're actually making a bit more money off of it. I don't know whether that's going to mean another mine or an assembly plant or what. But I think that's will be the plan. So we'll get back. And then we'll call it. So yeah, I'll leave it there for today. Thank you very much for watching and having enjoyed the show. We're back again tomorrow from 2 PM BST onwards, so hopefully we will see you next time. Cheerio.